Oh man, I should probably get the glasses. Hey babe, I'm gonna go grab my glasses real quick. I'll be right back. You can hear me, right? Let me see if you can hear the bass at all. I don't really care if you can, but okay. Actually, I'm pretty sure you can probably hear that. I have it like this amp is. It has like no bedroom volume. You know, it's like you turn it down and it just the volume goes away, and then like you turn it up and all of a sudden it just makes that much noise. So this is like as quiet as it can go. Um, it's one of the problems when you have an amp that doesn't have a master volume, and it's 300 watts. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my glasses. Maybe change my shirt. I haven't changed my shirt. So, bam. That's it. What's up, Terror? Sure. Oh, damn it, I didn't grab my glasses. I'll be right back. Okay. So, what we are doing here is I've got a bunch of songs that I need to learn that I haven't played before to get ready for this summer camp, this kind of Christian retreat summer camp thing that I'm going to be going to. And so I think I'm just going to give a listen to this song. Well, I might as well follow along. And it looks simple enough, but we'll see. What drum set is this? This is a Tama. This isn't my drum set. Let me take a look. It's a Tama Star Classic. And we don't play gospel in here. We play uh, metal. But I am part of a church and I'm part of the music team, and we don't play metal there. So, right on. You got a Tama. Which one do you got? I know there's a few. You played with Metallica. Um, Mike, did you get bring up from the crowd, brought it from the crowd or something, or how did that go about happening? You were allowed backstage for your birthday. That's kind of cool. Um, my one of my guitar players, the dude that plays through that amp, he is friends with uh, uh, some of the guys that were in the opening band for the Metallica Pantera show that just happened. And so he went backstage and uh, hung out with all of them. He came back with pictures and all that stuff, and um, hung out with everybody, and got to eat their food and whatever, all the stuff and things. But he said it was pretty cool. He looked pretty stoked. This this just recently happened. Like whenever the show happened. He didn't play with them or anything, but just hung out with the guys. Um, I'm sure it was fun or whatever. I couldn't go on that trip. He had to fly somewhere because that band that he knew that was opening for them was only opening for so many shows on the tour, and um, I don't know. It didn't work out. I couldn't make it. Yeah, yeah. I've seen except for like this wall right here, but I've got a bunch of stuff over here that I didn't want to move. I got my mixer and 4 PA speakers and a makeshift desk, which is actually a tool bench, but it's got my sound monitors, my laptop, and a couple other things on it, and a bunch of stuff down here, and I didn't want to move it, you know, so I just yeah, yeah, it's mic'd up. I mean, you can see the two overheads here, but the toms are mic'd, the bass drum's mic'd, the snare's mic'd, and it's all mic'd up. Um, um, this amp in the back here is mic'd, but out of my amp over here, I'm lined out, and our other guitar player, he just bought a brand new amp, and he right on, dude. I appreciate it. That's cool. He just bought a brand new amp, so he's been bringing it here and home because it's his new toy. It cost him stupid money, so he's like all stoked on it. And like we tried him out, right? And he like left here and went and spent like 8 grand on gear. So he's excited about his new toys. He had stuff, right? But he was like, I think he kind of saw what we had and was like, I need to, he was playing through this amp right here, this little spider or whatever it is. And it's a nice amp, whatever, but it can't really compete. Um, it's not to take away anything from that amp, but I mean, if you're going up against two stacks and this thing, which is also a beast, you won't be heard. So anyways, he's since it's brand new and he loves it. He's been taking it home and familiarizing himself with the gear, and but that's where it goes, right there in that little spot. I feel like a weatherman right here. It's an orange cabinet. Not only is it orange, but it's an orange. What kind of content do I make? Whatever I want. No. Yesterday I was in the garage, and I was sewing, believe it or not. I have this dust collection unit for all my tools, and when I got it, it had some rips in it, at the top. I don't know if something poked it or if it, got stuffed into a bag too hastily or what. I don't know what happened, but it had like a couple rips, so I was like, well, all the dust that this thing's trying to collect is just going to go, up top. So I just, turned it on and was like, what's up, guys? I'm being a seamstress today, And then I ended up, moving the tools around a little bit and, whatever. But this channel kind of started as me going live with the band, right? Like we'd come in here and practice, and I was like, why don't I just start going live and sharing what we're doing in here, So I would just turn it on, and then we would jam. And what ended up happening is, after jamming one time, instead of coming over and turning it off, I sat down and okay, right on. I sat down and started talking, and at one point, one of the dudes in the chat was like, dude, you're kind of interesting to listen to. You should just post more stuff of you just talking. I was like, all right, whatever. So now it's not just the band on practice. It's whatever, I just turn it on and just do whatever I'm going to do. Right now I'm about to work on these songs. You know, I've got a bunch of songs I've got to learn. Maybe, well, let's just look. About 10, maybe 10 songs that I've got to learn. Yeah, whatever. Maybe 10. I'm not going to look it up. But they should be easy. But thanks for subbing, man. I dig it. I dig you. That's cool. I'll see you around. I gotta get back to this stuff. I wish I could find a better recording of this song. What do you want? You want to go outside? You need to go potty? Huh? Go potty outside? Okay. Go potty. Nope, not smoking. You done? Come on. I've never played this song before. I've never played any of these songs before, but I've got to learn them. We'll see how it goes. Hi, 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 hi. All the hellos. This says it's in this key, but I don't think it is. You liar. Oops. What? Let's see. Let's see what was going on here. Bro. Hi. 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 Yeah, yeah, whatever. Who knows? It's probably a kid. Some people just haven't figured out how it works yet. You know, you say something, and I'll get to you. you know, it's kind of funny. You see somebody say something, and they'll be like, I don't know, they like get all uppity. Some people even get pissed. How come you haven't responded? I've said something to you. Or how do this. Do it now. Do you know what you sound like? Those same people probably like complain about a dictator and shit. The type of kids that are like, get out of my room, mom. God. Okay. Well, I can't find this song in this key. So, uh, whatever. Moving on. Okay. I gotta look something up here. Which key it's actually in. Which song was that? Behold. Oh, those are two different songs. Okay. We might as well start on the first day. Which is the first. Okay. God with us. And B. Is that what it is? This can't be. Sure. Sure. Is that who sings this? Well, we will see if that's what this is. Who knows? I'll be able to tell immediately if this happens to be in it. And if it's not, we're just going to have to find something that is.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to.
I don't believe you.
Love to be nearer to us. You have
It doesn't look all like it is already because of where his capo is.
you have come to bring peace, to be love, to be nearer to us. You have come to bring life, to be light,
Nope.
shine brighter.
You know, there's some notes that match, but it's just not. It's not the same. So I'm gonna have to get rid of the name. This is just gonna keep pulling dude up. Okay. Looks like there's one. This isn't even the same song. You think these guys would like kind of have their stuff together here? All right, babe. I'll see ya. All right, let's do that. And for whatever reason, that is in Sanskrit. Okay, well, that song doesn't exist. Moving on. This happens. As annoying as it is, you know, the team will be like, here, learn this song. Luckily, I'm playing this song with people that know the song. I don't know any of these songs. And I'll just have to go back to, you know, the original version. Just give it a listen. I won't be able to play with it because I'm not playing it in these keys. But this happens a lot where I'll be playing with dudes and dudettes that have played the song, and I can just listen to them and be like, oh, okay. But it's annoying when, you know, they give you a song and you can't find it in the key that they want you to play it in. key. People are searching for it, you know. I found every time I found somebody searching for it in the keys that I'm looking for. So other people are looking for it, but it just doesn't exist. And there's been sometimes when I've looked for the song for, you know, I've put in some serious time looking for the song, and I've ended up finding it. And the key wasn't listed. You know, guys, list the key, especially if it's not in the original key. You know, like if the song's written in C and you're playing it in whatever, put that in your, you know, come on. That's not it. And we can try this one. I'm skeptical. We'll see.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the Great I Am in G because I can't find it. So I'm gonna play this myself first.
She's not actually playing the song right. Let's try this one. Maybe this one is a little bit.
I am in G because I can't find it, so I'm gonna play this myself first. Okay, so this is gonna be the alto part or the middle part. Some higher male voices might find this part comfortable. This is again the song Great I Am in the key of G, which is the key that we sing it in at Wellspring. So I do want you to make a quick note in the back of your mind when we get to the bridge, the mountain shape before you, this part actually jumps to melody for the first part of that bridge and then jumps below the melody. Because of the way the song modulates.
Okay, she actually doesn't play the song. She's just talking the whole time. Thanks. Maybe there's no key.
Hey guys, this is Joe Kudla with Fiore, and I'm here today to break down the 3 fits in our best-selling meta. The first is our athletics.
Okay, I can tell this is just going to be a big production and. Nope. Sorry, dude. maybe. I mean, this has got a chick. Looks like she's singing. Maybe, so maybe it'll be in a different key. No, that's not in G. It can't be. Capo's in the wrong spot. Come on. Why do they do this so much? I'm sorry. You know, I'm one of those guys that's like, if you're going to play a cover, hey, what's up? Just play the cover, you know. Find somebody that can sing the damn song. And I'm practicing at church tonight, and I'm learning a bunch of songs that I haven't played. So what I'm doing right now is, and this isn't for like Sunday, right? Typical, you know, practice at home for Sunday stuff. I'm going to a camp, a Christian camp retreat thing, and I'm going to be there from whenever to whenever. And I'm going to be serving as a camp leader and also on the music team there. And so I just got a grip of songs that I'm supposed to learn, and this happens a lot where they will take a song, right, and it's in whatever key that the original person wrote it in, right? They will change the key, right, which is fine, but I will come here and try and find that song written in that key that they want to play it in. And that's just so I can hear it in that key and play it in that key and whatever, because my notes are going to be in that key, right? So rather than play this to whatever and make a bunch of brown notes, because they're not the same, you know, it would sound something like this. You know, like they're playing this note and I'm playing this one. You know, that twists my brain if I'm trying to play along to a song that isn't the same. You know, you can do it, you totally can, right? But it just sounds awful, you know, to just like kind of ignore what they're doing and just listen to the drums and just play along to it. But it's just like, you know, it's just it's ugly, you know. So I'd rather, and often you can find the songs in the key that these guys want to play it in. So that's what I'm doing. I'm looking for these songs in the key that they want to play it in, and but a lot of the time it's like, you know, just a dude and his guitar, or like some lady and her piano. You know, it's not like a band, you know, and I like to play with the band. I mean, I'll do whatever, but more often than not, it's just not even there. Because when people are like gonna, you know, cover a song, they play it how Homeboy wrote it, you know, because they're covering the damn song. And people want to hear it, how it was. You get what I'm saying? So it's, right now that's what I'm doing. And the songs that I can't find in the keys that I want to find them in, sometimes I will actually put in some serious time looking for the song, because not everybody even lists the key, you know. Like here, for example, you know, you've got Freebird, you've got, you know, Great I Am in the key of C, right? That helps, you know, when somebody actually takes time to list the key. Let me modify the chat here for viola. And anyway, sometimes you find, after searching and searching through all the ones that have them listed, you know, you find one where it isn't listed. And, you know, even though they're playing it in a different key from the original, they don't bother to mention that. And it's in the key that you actually are looking for. And all comments. But here, let me go back and read what you wrote here. Okay. I remember Jesus came over and visited school and local churches here. It was a really nice experience getting to know them all. I still have the drumstick one of them gave to me. Well, that's really cool. Right, right. Yeah, I don't want to be missing your novels. And to be honest with you, I don't really even need to be doing this. I just kind of like to be a little prepared before practice. Weirdly, it was the bassist that gave me the stick. Well, that's because bassists are just nice dudes. You know. We're the unsung heroes. Us and the drummer. You know, it's the guitar player and the singer that get all the attention and the ladies. Unless you were like me, of course. And I'm kidding, babe. You know, don't you know me by now? Lead singer disease. Yeah. Sometimes you can get a singer that's pretty cool, you know, but come on, babe. Yeah, Rihanna is convinced I've been with like billions of women, like I've slept with half the world or some shit. All right, we're gonna move on. Some, you know. Um, you know, there's that saying, if you will, that all men want to, but they just don't have the ability, you know. That's right. Roxy gets super jealous of Rihanna. Like it's kind of funny. I actually haven't decided yet, you know, if she's jealous of me or jealous of Rihanna. But she barks at us every time we hug. It's kind of funny. I know she knows like I'm not hurting her or anything like that, you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, Rihanna will come home and Roxy will go up and, you know, say hi, shit the bed and freak out and whatever. And then she'll calm down and stuff, and then I'll go over and, you know, hug and kiss Rihanna, and then Roxy will turn to us and just start freaking out. Yeah, no hugging, only snacks. Yeah, she's chilling in her bed right now. She was just laying down. She must know we're talking about her. You want to say hi? Huh? Come here. Here. Jump up. Roxy. Look, Doug. Oh, she just wants some pets. Oh man, yeah. Well, if she's outside, especially if Joey's in here, she like freaks out. She's got to be in here, and she would just stand outside the door and just cry and cry, and so we'd bring her in here, and she would just lay on the floor, you know. So we brought, you know, one of her beds in here, and we actually need to wash the damn thing, you know, because she, um, you know, it's, you know, whatever she's doing out there, and then she comes in here and lays down, and things just turning pretty foul. When a woman sleeps with 10 guys, she's a slut. But when a dude does it, he's gay. Yeah, sex with women, you know, straight sex, that definitely is gay. Yeah, the lampshade guy. So he said it's a Giza pyramid and he's meditating. Huh? That's dumb. So we got people identifying as monoliths now. Sure. Or cigarettes. Cheer. Wow, that's pretty dumb, huh, Rock Dog? Is that pretty gay? You think it's gay? Say it's gay. Is that gay? Yeah. I jumped to the end of his stream and he was cursing everyone for rebelling against him. Huh. I don't know. It doesn't sound like that guy's going to make much sense. You know, I wouldn't expect much sense from that guy, from a lampshade person. Call me crazy, but I wouldn't, you know, look at a lampshade guy and conclude this guy, he's got something to say. I need to listen to him. Oh man, moving those tools around yesterday. All right, baby. Ooh, really really messed me up. Yeah, only shade, no light. Yeah. I don't know. Some people find their thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe he was doing something else before he put a lampshade on his head. You know, and all of a sudden he realized, oh man, I'm getting traffic. I guess I'm sticking with the lampshade. You know, it's kind of like when I was telling Yasmin, you know, like, I don't know, she said something about me sewing and stuff, and I was like, yeah, it would suck, you know, if like all of a sudden a bunch of traffic came in here, and you know, I had to like become like the sewing guy or something. I would just be like, get rid of this shit. Oh shit. So damn it, I'm all locked into this lampshade bullshit when I really want to be a lawnmower. Here I am consuming electricity when I could be consuming fossil fuels. Share. Okay. Mm. I don't even know what you want. Maybe. You know, it's a lot better when there's fossil fuel. You know, I'd actually like to be part of that. You know, have that as my income. What do you do? I sell fossil fuels. You know, crude. Like what are they? The Clampets from Hollywood Hillbillies. Is that what it was? Guy's just out, you know, hunting on his property. Tries to shoot something, misses, and then all of a sudden, crude starts boiling up out of the ground. Then he's just set. You know, my turn. Yeah, I'd really like there to be lyrics. It's a lot easier to keep your place. Let me tell you a story about a man named Jed. Whatever. We're just gonna have to see how this goes. as long as he's enough. Okay. I just flipped you off. Yeah, you know, I do that a lot. Not on purpose, but I'll think about that while I'm up on stage in church, and I'm like, I'm flipping everybody off in church right now. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so that's all those songs for the first day, August 2nd. Okay, that song wouldn't download. That's right. I couldn't get that song for whatever reason. Blah, blah, blah. And this is in C. Hopefully somebody's got it in C. You know, it's like the easiest key on the freaking planet. There's no sharps or flats. Alright, it's at the top. Somebody else probably searched it. Let's see. Alright, so this isn't the song, this is just tips, and it's in acoustic. Is there anybody actually playing the damn song? I'm about, you know, about ready to just be like, I'm over it. This is an instrumental. What's the name of the song? My worth is not in what I own. It's sung by Keith and Kristen Getty, and Graham Kendrick. It's in the key of C. The tempo is 65, and the time signature is 3/4. Yeah. My worth is not in what I own. And I really would like to be able to find it with some words. But looks like everything is in, it's like karaoke. Oh, what's I Yeti. Perfect. There's a lot of Asian people that are jumping on this worship thing. Not because it's karaoke or whatever, but I almost think that it's Christianity is exploding in China, and it's illegal right now there to be Christian, as far as I understand. And I think that they're like, there's some smart people over there, and I think they're like, it's illegal, huh? Why? Let's look into this. Right? I think because of that, they've figured out some stuff. It'll eventually be illegal everywhere. Eventually. Maybe sooner than later, but eventually it will be. Mark my words. It will be. I mean, we're waxing and waning all the time, but that will happen. Because of the thought police. I don't know if you guys have seen this video where there's this one, I don't remember if it was a man or a woman, but they are standing, she or he, whatever, is standing on the side of a road somewhere, just silently praying. And they're approached by the police, right? And they're like, "What are you doing?" Right? And make a long story short, she ends up getting arrested, or he, I don't remember. I think it might have been a woman. Arrested for what's going on in her mind. Crazy. What, Rock Dog? It's a little early. You're almost an hour early. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding any of these songs. Let's see what this dude does.
A man who works hard, sweats hard. Old Spice thrive and fight sweat, so Coach thought I was slacking. So I tricked.
Hey Barney's Guitarist, here's some tips for my work is not in what I own on acoustic. I'm going to do this in C for the moment. Might do further updates if we need them. Like the chord, say a 1 chord, a C, to an F over C.
Okay.
I really like it, that E note there.
Yeah, this guy is playing the song. He's just literally trying to show how to play it. Okay, you're a dog. Let's go feed the dog. Let's do that. And maybe we'll get some luck here. Be able to come back out here and play a song. Feed the beast. Yes. Go. Look at that lunch. Milk. I'm Ab. Yeah, Rhiannon's only working one job today. She's stoked about that. Might as well take this out. When you buy this stuff, you get 2 juices. You know, the 260 milliliters. Alright, you guys hang out with Rock Dog for a minute. Be right back. Where do you think I'm going? Does anybody else in the chat? What's going on? I've got, you know, a touch right here, you know. It's not too bad. be honest with you, there was some of the worst spots that I had was some places on my back. They were just incredibly painful. I couldn't tell you where they were because it was like when I was, I don't know, maybe 18 or 19 or something like that. But it was burls. But yeah. Anybody else shave with one of these things? No. What I like about this is you could have like a total beard, right? And just go at it with this. This thing doesn't care. You know, you don't have to like trim it first and get it down so it doesn't just clog up your razor. You know. And plus it's just a superior shave. Once you know how to use it, you know. Go hold his hand. Yeah, you should. Especially if he doesn't want you to. And be like, yeah, I just came here to support my baby. Okay. I took my finger off one of those. Yeah, they're sharp. baby. So, has it been outlined yet? Or is he going to get the outline? You got no idea how stupid I am, dude. I don't know anything about anything. I'm all kinds of dumb. It's it's comical. Like, people come here just to listen to the dumb shit I say. It's like concerning. I'm worried. I'm worried about how dumb I am. You know, like, way dumb, way. I think he'll be okay. But you've had um, tattoos, right? Uh, I'm guessing both of you have, right? The outline's the worst. Shading, for whatever reason, even though there's more needles and whatever, for whatever reason, shading is like uh, nothing. Which is what kind of tripped me out. Like my whole back was done with a shading needle or gun. You know, well, I can't really say that because I couldn't see what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't. There was no outline. There wasn't no. He just went for it, and just um, it was just literally 8 hours straight. Um, uh, like no shit, 8 or 9 hours straight. Let's just say 8.5 hours. You know, he took a couple breaks to like do this, but you better watch yourself, homie. And you got no idea who you're talking to. You know, you just a dipshit right now. You're just acting like a dumbass. That's just like your opinion, bro. Want to know what is stupid? Is like, I got this going on, right? And like that going on. I know you can't really see, but like I'm sweating out of my right armpit only. That's pretty stupid. But yeah, my back piece is like, if this was my back, right? Shoulders, whatever. It kind of like goes up like this, goes across, and then comes back down. Like the center is not full. And it's because it's like a frame, you know. It's not done, but I probably won't get it done because as it is, it can, it can be viewed as done, you know. But what I wanted it to be was death, pulling souls out of the ground, right, or out of the ether or whatever, and claiming them, right. And in the center would be a church, right, and there would be like like the wall on your side or whatever would be cut off, and you could see into the church, and there would be somebody praying up to a cross, and they'd be protected, from whatever was happening outside in the world, and but bam, one and done. Yeah, Soulfly. um, my little brother was into Soulfly. I mean, their music's fine, you know, um, but I wasn't like super into them, you know. But yeah, I like them. You know, they're a cool band. I've seen them a few times. Back in the day when they used to have um, like festivals and shit, with like 20 bands or whatever. And that was just like a common thing. You can go to that and see all kinds of bands. So I never went to like a Soulfly concert. I just went to something that had them there, you know. Warbringer. Well, that's not in the key. Maybe, maybe. No, this is taking me somewhere else. Okay, we're moving on from this song. I can't find it. Thanks, guys. All right, I've played that song, so we're not going to work on that one. This is the last day. And it looks like there's only one song. And it's Be Thou My Vision in the key of D, tempo 82, time in 3/4. Let's see if we can find her. I haven't found one song. Which is almost typical. You know, I'll be able to find like one or two. My vision and the key of D. Okay, this. Okay, let's see, is there a band playing it somewhere, or is it just a dude and his guitar somewhere? Let's try this. Maybe. Nope. No, that is not it. Not it. Not it. Okay, let's go up to here. We'll try this, even though this is probably funky.
When I started drinking cold water to help me lose weight, my friends laughed at me. But when they saw how fast I was changing, they started doing.
I don't believe you. That's our track. All right, I'm over it. I'm over it, guys. I'm just gonna practice it tonight when I go to practice. All right, man. Well, that was fruitful. That's what we call these activities that don't produce anything. We call them fruitful. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we love it. We love it. Okay, so let me wrap up this cord here. That's just like your opinion, dude. Stupid. Dumb. Yeah, it's funny. I told Rihanna before anybody got in here that I was like, you know, I am going to be playing Christian songs today, and whether or not they even hear them, I know there's going to be trolls showing up because that's just how it works. I really wish I would have been able to find something in here that just would have burned that dude's ass. You know, he would have started manifesting like crazy. Oh, the guy that came in here, that Croc kicked out. Like I was saying, before you showed up and Croc showed up, and you know, because I sent Rihanna a message because she was like, "I'm going up to." Well, she sent me a message and was like, you know, I'm going up to Bellingham. I got to bring this truck to an airport. I'm going to be gone for a couple hours. But then, I don't know, 20 minutes later or whatever, she sent me a message and said, oh, the wheel was jacked up. I'm bringing it back. And I was like, oh, okay, are you going to get it fixed and then go again? She was like, no, we're probably going to take it tomorrow. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Well, I'm about to go live. Come on in. She was like, oh, okay, you know, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm going to be playing Christian songs. So there's probably going to be trolls that show up, you know, whether or not they hear the songs or not, you know. I just know that there's going to be troll traffic just because of what I'm doing. And because that's just how it works. You know, I moderate for a lot of Christian channels, and you wouldn't believe what it's like. It's you know, the amount of trolls that come in and just spew nonsense, absolute nonsense. You know, that not only do they, you know, try and fight the gospel with just, you know, all the regurgitated stupid stuff that's been disproven for 2,000 years, you know, and longer. And, you know, you can literally, you know, point them to No, 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 no. And I don't have to. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to, because it's a spiritual thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a power behind the veil, if you will, that runs all this shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to, uh, make it known. You know, the powers that be that run the show are just going to direct things my direction to fight, you know, to try and slow me down or whatever, you know. That's just how it goes. So I just mentioned it to her. I was like, you watch. There's going to be, a couple dipshits that come through here, and when typically there isn't, you know. And that dude was, dumb. But that's why I was saying, I really wish I would have been able to find a song and been able to actually play it, because I know that he would have ended up like manifesting and shit. Stupid. Um, yeah, you might think that, but I've, I moderate for Christian channels, and I've seen it. Um, it's particularly when the subject is when talking about certain subjects, you know. It'll be like, you know, like almost everyone that's in there is a troll. Almost everyone. But we don't kick them out, unless they're insanely obscene. Um, like there's one called Zarya Talks. I think Zarya Talks, Zarya Speaks. I can't remember the names, to be honest with you, because they just come up and I go to them. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. You need to listen to what I'm saying. I'm done. I'm done with the Christian music. Because I couldn't find them. I couldn't find the songs that I'm what up, guy? I couldn't find the songs. I could find them, but not in the keys that I want to play them in. And I'm not gonna play a song in this key while listening to it in a different key. It twists my brain. No Way Down. What's the inspiration for that name? Are you trying to get down? You stuck in a tree? You up on a mountain? The elevator not working? What's the deal, yo? Yes. Oh, look at Rock Dog. She's sitting in her bed. I need to clean up the deck a little bit. At least move this blanket before it rains or does something stupid. Set you right there for a minute. Look at this. Pretty special. Here you go. Yeah. All right. Head in here. Okay. This is what we did yesterday. Me and Croc. We got some stuff moved around. So that is over there now, no longer here, blocking the power. And I actually cut a board yesterday. You know, just a little nothing. Just to see how this saw worked here. It cut a board. Sure. Wow. Look at that. Just touched the cord. Made me filthy. So much dust in there. Put on some gloves. I might need to go to the music store at some point and buy a couple long ass XLR cables, because I think I might be bringing those two monitors over there with me down south. They need to actually send me a picture of the equipment we're going to be using at this event. And I don't know if I'm going to have to bring them or not. But if I do, I'm going to have to get some cables, because I'm using almost all my cables running what I've got in the room. I mean, I've got more, but they're all like little patch cable type stuff. Wow. All that dust just from the cord. We'll see. I need to get like a little 6-foot cable. This thing is just too much. Too much for what I need in here. It'll end up just being in the way. I was able to get that rack up there. That was kind of a chore. Had to get the reel down. That was heavy as shit. You know, I'd really like to get that attachment. There's like this attachment that you can get for the dust collector that is like this thing that you put on the floor. And you can just sweep up, make a pile, and then just sweep it in there. I think it might end up doing that. Get that thing. We'll see. Ducky ducky. Go in there. Oh, yeah, looks like the chat stopped for a second. Let me catch up here. I hate that. Where was the last one? And the last one I got was, "What's up, guy?" I'm a punk rock artist stuck in a tree. Stuck for I'm not going down. Show us your cat. So tell you what kind of music you play. Adam plays their own style of sludge metal, as he called it once. Sludge doom. Yep, that's cool. For the attention. Let me see. Oi. Okay, I'm caught up. I don't know why the chat does that every once in a while. Kind of pisses me off. Luckily, you guys weren't really talking to me. You're just talking to each other. But I've had it happen where, you know, people are talking to me and, you know, it's not updating and shit, and they think I'm being a dick, and, you know, whatever. I'm not. Enjoy the scheduled diarrhea. Sure, as long as it's on schedule and predictable. What's my main instrument? Bass guitar is the main one. What's that? Nothing. What's up, babe? Yeah, kazoo virtuoso. I've pushed the envelope when it comes to the kazoo. There's books written about me. I've changed lives. Everyone laughed when I picked kazoo. Nobody's laughing now. You want to see the room, babe? See what me and Croc got up to yesterday. We changed things around in here a little bit. I got the saw actually in where I think it might be going. I got it plugged into the dust collector. So we'll have to let me see what this says. Hold on. Okay, where do I do that? Yeah, I'm back. What about the flea mids? Where do I go to get that? Oh, Harrow. What's the best band I've ever seen live? Sorry, I'm missing a couple things here. There's a couple, you know. You know, Moist Cabbage is pretty bitchin'. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, it sucks that Viola can't make it to that. She'd be like getting up pretty early to make it to Moist Cabbage. You know, either getting up really early or staying up super late to see some Moist Cabbage. That's where me and Croc met, was in Moist Cabbage's chat. Clowncore. Are you talking about those two dudes? Adam Probe knows. And, do you know? Do you, Adam? What? Oh, probably. Maybe it's possible. Yeah, the clowncore shit. It's yeah, it's like noise, you know. Did No Way Down take off? Do I know Parkway Drive? No. And I'm not ignoring you, man. I'm just trying to catch up on the shit here. Best band I've ever seen live. Yeah, and I kind of answered that. There's, I can't say there's a number one. I've seen a lot of, there's different bands that do different things, and what I really like is to be surprised. Like you kind of like a band, and then you go see them, and you're just like, holy shit, that band was really rad live. A lot of my best experiences were like in the early 2000s. Plus, I was younger then too. But this is back when they still had like festivals, and there wasn't, this is way before the COVID scare, and people were afraid to be around each other, and that just wasn't a thing. This new woke BS. Yeah, it was a better world. Woke back when I was younger, it meant that you could like you like saw through the bullshit, but that term has like been hijacked by a bunch of spoiled brats. Who like the idea of, seeing through the bullshit, but they don't, they call reality fake. What was hijacked? The term woke. It used to mean like you had the ability to read between the lines, and you saw actual truth, no matter what you were being fed. And you know what I'm saying? And now it's like that term has been hijacked by a bunch of fucking people that like live in lie land. It's on a 180. I mean, good luck convincing them of that shit, but what up, Lori? How's your band doing? Yeah, we're still banding. It's gonna be a little bit because before our next jam, because I'm one of our guitar players is gone. He just got back from Florida to Washington, and our other guitar player was doing something, I don't remember, and now I'm leaving, and so our paths aren't, we're not, um, you know. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. That's cool. I might give it a listen. Just check it out. From your description, it doesn't sound like it's music I would like, but that's cool that you're out there doing it. That's real cool. I listen to different music. I can appreciate talent where talent is and all that stuff, but I've kind of been locked into what I listen to for decades now. That's cool. Croc's a drummer too. He's probably been playing for, I don't know, 30 something years, 40 years, something. Okay. Yeah, jamming's fun, man. As long as you're doing what you like, I don't think it really matters if anybody likes your stuff. You know, that's just my opinion. Um, I'm gonna jam regardless. You know, like if we end up doing nothing with our music, um, that's not gonna keep us from going in the room and jamming. You know. Let me get a screwdriver. I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. You stay. Okay. Ooh, I'm getting it. This screw did not want to come out last time. Time to screw and drive. Yeah, we got I've engaged in some of that. my brush here. Give you a little turn here. All right. Sure. Wow, these are just packed with shit. Rusty screws drive me crazy. I like to clean them up. So I'm going to remove these guys. I already did the other side, and I got them all, you know, newish looking. You know, but it did look like this guy. Just garbage. Come on, flip around. Finish your chores. There we go. This is what happens when things sit outside for no time and they're not stainless. Hopefully I don't have to try and use Croil or something like that on these things. We'll see if they all want to come out. Okay, that one's coming out kind of easy. Hopefully that's becomes a thing. Yes. Oh, look at you. Nice. Bark, bark. You can't even see what I'm doing here. Hi. So high. Oh. Oh. Okay. Not stripped, but it just. Don't tell me you broke. I will be pissed. Head broke off. Fucking gay. Okay, well that's something we're gonna need to do. Replace that bitch. Oh well, we can't be having a fucked up screw in there anyways, so I might have one. You came out. Damn it. Were you laughing at me? Huh? Laughing at my misery. Look at you. There we go. Okay. Magicals. Alright, before I start on extracting that piece of shit, I'm gonna run over there, clean these bitches up, and I'll be right back. So, this is what they look like now. Just shit. I would never. Alright, be right back. Well, what happened? I might find it later, but one of the damn screws got taken out of my hands. And it was gay. Back in 20. Yeah, I probably will. Like the table that you're sitting on is just over $5,000. That one over there, that guy. This one is like 3 something. What did I say this was? Just under 5, just over 4. I can't remember what it is. Like if you get it with the extending arms and shit, and the table, that more of the table, it's a lot more. But yeah, they're worth a lot of money. Which is why when the guy offered to give them to me, I jumped on it, and I was like, man, it's going to be a lot of work to clean up the room and make room to get these things in here. But it motivated me to do it because I could not pass up getting these tools because I wasn't going to buy them. I mean, back when whatever. There was a time when I could have bought them, but I didn't. Yeah. I mean, it would have just been stupid to be like, no, I'm gonna have to go to the dump and get rid of garbage. Fucking just clean your shit up and take care of it. And I've been wanting to do that for a while. Turn this back into the shop. And I had already done this, like I had woodworking stuff on that side, and I went out and bought a table saw and all that. So I actually have 2 table saws now, and but I probably told you about that, how I got it down to where it was, these shelves weren't fucking here. I got it just cement in here. This shelf wasn't in here. And my dad shows up. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, that's cool. Right on. And then he just was like, you mind if I bring a couple things over here? And I was like, well, what? Just a couple of things, And then he ends up completely filling the room to the point where I couldn't even walk in here. And it made that side even worse because I had moved everything over there, and I was going to slowly move things back in here, just the wood stuff, and then keep that be my metal side. Yeah, I got this stuff from Rhiannon's dad. He needed to buy this stuff because they bought this massive property and they were going to turn it into a business, and it needed a lot of work. And the amount of work that was going to go into it, they needed serious tools, And, you know, now that I have this stuff here, you know, I need to start thinking about what I could actually use them for. I would like to, you know, start making guitars again. I can actually put out some, you know, some quality stuff. I wouldn't just be making guitars with hand tools, you know, which is what I have done in the past, which is fine. There's, you know, it's been done since guitars, you know, because there was a time when they were making guitars and there wasn't even electricity, you know. Look what I found in here, babe. Yeah, these are so harsh. It's a beautiful B&B wedding venue now. The massive project took 8 years to finish. She's since sold the business, my mom. Lampshade guy's back. He's calmed down now. Yeah, no, it's going in the garbage. I'm messing with you. Yeah, I'm switching back. Okay. I really don't want to drill that out. Maybe. Croil, the oil that creeps. This is good shit. I mean, I've seen this stuff break loose. Crazy shit. Crazy, crazy shit. So, I'm hopeful. Let's see. We shall see. It stinks. We'll see. Sorry if I'm not engaged. I'm kind of trying to pull this bitch out. We'll see how it goes. Arrow. Okay. Got a little pencil torch here. Thought maybe I could isolate some heat. We'll see. Arrow. That's cool, Mars stop by, man. Good to see you again, man. Maybe. We've got nothing to grab here, boys. Okay, this isn't gonna work. So what I think I'm gonna have to do is grind that off, put it in the drill press, go straight down, then re-tap it. Oh, what's up? I had a screw break off in my fence. Removing this from the fence. I picked it up from my wife's father, and I'm cleaning it up. And I've run into a little snag. Nothing horrible, just, you know, bullshit, you know? Dealt with worse. You know, I've actually got some hand cleaner somewhere, but I don't know where the hell it is. And I'm not gonna look for it. Actually, I think it's hung up in there. But whatever. That's over there. What kind of table saw? This is a Grizzly. I'll let you take a look at it. Got a couple things in here. Not much room in here, but got this thing running into that, and got a couple little toys in here. Yeah, it's a nice saw. So when he offered to give it to me, I jumped on it. I think before I get into that shit, I'm gonna take a oh thanks, yeah. I'm sitting down. I don't know what I was saying, but I'm sitting down. Let me sit down for a second. Yeah, when I first got these saws, they were there was a bunch of surface rust and stuff on them, and nothing crazy. There wasn't like huge amounts of scale or pitting or anything like that. But they were completely coated. Greetings from. Right on. Moscow, I was going to say. I thought so. That's cool, man. Roxy! Rock Dog! What are you getting into? She's probably going to come in here licking her lips. Oh, nope. You need to be a good girl. Okay? West Virginia. Right on, man. But yeah, I had to clean them up, and I'm still doing that. Still cleaning them up a bit. Like all the screws that were on the side of this fence were just mangled, and you know, you can see the staining on the side of this fence here. This piece. Are you gonna stay? That it was, you know, there was rust. You know. And where are you going? Right there. Sure. But we're getting there. We're plugging away at it. And pulling them out. That last one had twisted off. So I was hoping I could hit it with a little bit of Croil, heat it up a little bit, pull it off, but there's just not enough to grab. So I'm just gonna we'll see how it goes. I've got a drill and tap thing, but I think my set is metric. Whatever, dude. So you checked out New Beginnings, Croc. Did he do some pretty cool stuff or what? Like what kind of stuff is he doing over there? I mean, if his name includes woodworks, he's probably, you know, doing something neat. Right. I figured he was doing woodwork. Damn it, I should have pulled it off like this. I forgot that you can actually take that off. And I could actually use the torch. That would have been better. Okay, I'll check them out. Let me screenshot his name. No, that didn't work. I just okay. So is he making like bowls? like epoxy stuff mixed with figured stuff, or what's he doing? I don't know. I don't know if he's still in here. You know, he could probably just tell us. You know, I make cabinets. She might be hanging out with Lampshade Guy. Okay, custom furniture. Right on, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of money in that, depending on what you're doing. You know, I've seen videos of guys making like you know, like big live edge tables and stuff, and you know, they end up selling the table for, you know, 10, 25 grand, you know, to some buddy. Somebody. Either some dude with stupid money or some, you know, conference room type place or whatever. Do a freehand of what you think I look like. That could be interesting. I'm gonna start getting this thing set up. I'll bring you guys over for the magicalness that will ensue. I don't have the greatest drill press here, but we'll see how it goes. I'm so rolling. About a portrait I did of a bud over in Canada, if you want to see it. Of a bud. What kind of bud? Is it green bud? Is it goo bud? Some of the goo. Humans. Fuck. My punch is missing. Yay. Right back. Maybe it's in here for some insane reason. That's just a trip. I mean, I got 3 of the damn things, and they're like all gone. Human. I won't show you. No. Nope. And then of screwdrivers. I was looking for these damn things. Look at this screwdriver. And just like the weirdest thing. I find things like that and hang on to them because they're just weird. Oh, look at you. Sure. Now I just need to find a fucking hammer. Chris has lady hair. That's it. When you draw a croc, you got to give him lady hair. And I might be able to just pound this bitch out. It's like moving. Look at that. Fucking eggs, bacon. you still have your threads too? I will just shit. Oh, good God. Oh, we lucked out, boys and girls. I can't believe that shit. All right, so I'll take it. I can't fucking believe it. Tits. Picture of a mud snake. There you go. Look at that. Yeah, it's a. You see how I shaded the. Just I shaded this side with carrots and. Okay. Oh, that was magic, you guys. Absolute magic. Okay, so now we go back to the deed. One of these goes in the other side. That's right, I forgot. I took it out. I just posted one of your fine works of art. Is that something we're going to want to look at or no, man? jealous of the talent. Okay. Did she look at it? Alright, I might have to modify these guys. The heads are too damn big. But Duck Duck, you stop it. It's just not time yet for what you're wanting. Okay, there we go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna phone's tripping. Maybe. We'll see. Just took these guy, one like this, and sized it down a little bit. We'll see if it's small enough. Ooh, that one needs to come down a tiny bit. How did I do on this guy? Ooh, that's perfect. So, just gonna bring this one down and nothing. Now because the screw head is too tall. Works. Okay, here we go. Modification. Cheers. Okay, let me catch up with the bullshit. Right after he breaks it. Yeah, I break shit. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. What happened to HE joining? I don't, sometimes he shows up, like during the day. Sometimes he shows up like when it's like fucking 7 o'clock here. I don't know. That dude's kind of a trip. And what's weird is he's like on viola time. YouTube went full gay. Toad's gay. Super silly goth gay. Oh, I don't know. I think Croc sent him the shit, you know. So I don't know. Maybe next time he comes in here, we'll be like, dude, you know, you're the one that was like, hey, let's WhatsApp and shit, and whatever. And we were like, no, we do this. So you want to hook up, do this. He was like, oh, sure, thanks. I don't know. I don't know. But last night, I was in Gems's live. She was actually over chilling with the boys. And I know you don't know who these people are, but it's like this crew of, I don't know, fucking goofballs. And they do like, and they do like challenges, you know what I'm saying? And this is like, it's like a side job, really. So like what they'll do is like they'll have like a list of like disgusting things, right? Mostly like mixed up, like foods that you would never mix together, right? And the people in the chat will donate money for them to do these things, right? And one thing will be like $1, another thing will be $5, another thing will be 10, 20, all the way up to $200, right? Or more, $500 even. And depending on what gets sent to them, they will do whatever it is, right? And right, you know, tuna, chocolate, peanut butter, and rye egg smoothie. They would do that. I'm not trying to make a big dude. That's not becoming famous or whatever is not my on my even on my radar. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, she knows these people. One of them is actually quite popular on YouTube. You know, he's got a large following, and then he's got like this group of kids. Well, they're not kids, you know, they're like in their 30s or whatever. And I just kind of call them kids because that's what they fucking act like, right? And they grew up with this guy, right? They've known this guy since they were like 5, 6, right? And they're kind of like riding his coattails type shit. And she knows these guys too, right? Anyways, history lesson, whatever is over. She's hanging out with these guys at Homeboy's house. And I'm just watching. basically just hanging out with gems because I don't really give a shit about what they're all doing. I just think she's kind of cool, right? And I mentioned Discord. I totally wasn't even thinking about it till Croc showed up, and I was like, "Oh fuck, that's right," And she was like, "Oh, I don't do Discord," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I mentioned that you, Viola V, was wanting some more chicks to join because it's just a bunch of swinging dicks and whatever. And she was like, "Oh, okay, well, maybe I'll get the ad." So we'll see. We'll see if she joins up or not. I don't really know if she's gonna or not. And if she does, cool. If she doesn't, cool. Is Rihanna part of it yet? I haven't even looked, to be honest with you, since it got brought up to her. No. Okay. Well, I'll tell her to, and she will. So that's that. Who? Luke, I am your sausage. She said Discord is for kids. Rihanna said, so it's just us three. So is did Rihanna join or not? You're saying 3 people are in there. Oh, yeah, okay. That's us 3. I'm like excluding myself from that. I'm like, who's the third person? All right, I'm mathing now. I apologize. I'm just thinking of you two. All right. Told you I'm not smart. Dork. Basement dweller. Yeah, I don't have a basement. It looks like a basement in here, though, doesn't it? I think I'm going to have to like order some juice that comes in higher than a 6, like maybe an 8 or something. Or maybe, I know you can get some Nick Salt stuff that's higher at the shops, but I'm going to have to go to a different shop to get that. I mean, I'm cool with that shop. I've been going there for years because I used to buy stuff there in bulk to make my concentrates. And I don't know. And that guy, what a squid. You're never gonna make it big like me. I'm like super big. What a dumb shit. Yeah, that's you totally got the attitude of somebody that matters. You know. That matters to the world. Hate to tell you this, buddy, but people that are famous fucking hate it. You know. Yeah. He was saying something about the fucking room, and I need to get out of here, you know, because it's I mean, last time he saw me or came in here, you know, I was in here doing something. It was just me and Croc, and he was talking shit, and me and him were Croc were just basically laughing at his ass because he was just being a short bus. So I think this is all that he you know associates me with is a fucking, you know, this wall, and but whatever. You know, he probably doesn't even know what he's looking at. You know, like when it comes to the tools. You know, I mean, who keeps these kinds of tools in their fucking basement? You know, what a chore. You know, like, oh, let's do some woodworking. Let's take all this shit down to the fucking basement. Before, you know. I'd hate to take this table saw down to a basement, man. Just like steps. Fuck. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Yeah, well, you know, some people are just that miserable. You know what I'm saying? Like they're, you know, they get on their whatever, and there's, you know, they sit down to, and they talk their shit. They move on, talk their shit. You know. Yeah, it's not like I've said before. It's that behavior isn't displayed by people that are um, just content in life or happy. You know. You know they're struggling in some area. You know, whatever that is. You know, who knows? Maybe the guy gets beat up at school, you know, and comes home and he's just got this chip on his shoulder, and, you know, since nobody can, you know, get him, you know, he turns into the bully at home. You know what I'm saying? Just repeats all the shit that was told to him, you know. Eventually, he's going to be saying stuff like, I'm going to take your backpack. I'm going to give you a swirly. But, you know. Right. Yeah, he's just not a happy guy, but whatever, you know. All you can do is just hope that he things get straightened out for him. But till then, we don't have to deal with it, you know, because the dude's not even open to listen, you know. He'd be like, hey, man, you know, the reason you're acting this way is because of this, shut up, you're dumb, gay, whatever, you know. Right. Yeah, that's why, you know, I think that society needs to bring back the facial spankings. You know, just some of these kids just need to be wailed on, you know. And you got two camps about that. You know, you got the people that are like, no, that's bad. And then you got the other group that's like, yeah, no, do that, it works. You know, and the ones that are like, no, that's bad, you know, those are the ones that are like being stupid. And if that became a thing, they'd be getting wailed on, you know. Or you got, you know, weak ass parents that, you know, are like, you know, we do timeouts, you know. You know, which don't really work, you know. I mean, maybe to some degree, you know, because some kids need to be disciplined in different ways. You know, you can get, you know, and it will work with some people, but some kids need that head change, you know. And the consistency. And a lot of times the head change comes in the form of a literal shaking of the brain in the head, you know. Because what'll end up happening is these spoiled brats, you know, who can't be told no, can't deal with anything that's, you know, disturbs them, you know, they're going to end up having a kid one day and the kid's going to cry and they're going to like throw the fucking thing or shake the fuck out of it, you know. We're going to see like a major increase in like messed up babies soon. Huh. I'm not familiar with the song. Maybe I am, you know, and just didn't pay attention to the lyrics. But I'm serious about that. We're gonna see a lot, you know. Like by the time a lot of these college kids end up having children, if they do, I think a lot of them might not because they're too damn selfish. By the time they have kids, you know, there's going to be a lot of, you know, spoiled brats going to prison for violent offenses, you know, because they lost their damn tempers. And when they're sitting in court being told their sentence, you know, they're going to be like pissed that they're being done wrong right now. Yeah, why me? Like I've seen a lot of videos like of kids, you know, and like their parents are trying to deal with them, and the kid is just like just I don't know, he just freaks out, like like one of their older siblings takes a toy and the kid just literally freaks out, and it's not a big deal at all, you know. Like I saw this one. It eventually got turned into a meme, where this it's like an older brother and a little brother, and I think the guy like hit the ball with a bat or kicked the ball and it goes over the house, and the kid just starts screaming like a little girl, is and what ends up happening is it like flashes or whatever to some other guy, and he's walking up and he just like breaks the kid's neck. It doesn't show that, but because he's not there, it's just but he's basically just trying to make a point. Slap that fucking kid. What are you doing? Not only slap him, slap like the dog shit out of him. Give him that head change. Rock dog. You're a good girl, rock dog. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Oh man, I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can find something that made me laugh recently. This made me laugh.
Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we have a burger the size of my head, please. and then if you could just deep fry that. By George, I could really go for a bowl of banana fish pea soup. Oh God, I'm salivating just thinking about it. Nice fruity fish bowl of peas and banana and sardines. Sardines, banana and peas. I'll have me a big bowl, please. Very good.
Anyways, dude, that shit made me laugh my ass off. It's like, really, Brett? You gonna fucking make fun of our food? You eat beans and toast, man, and think it's like this shit, you know? Holy shit. What is kind of funny is banana and peas is like a real dish. I never would have thought it. Holy shit, people eat it. Look it. There's a bunch of fucking related videos, and they're not making fun of it. They're like, hey, look what I had for breakfast today. Yes, this is my breakfast. Green banana and sardines. Green bananas and sardines. Recipe, sardines and bananas. Green peas smashed. Peas kind of banana. Cook something different for your family. Sardines, green bananas, sardines and bananas. Bonanza. How to eat sardines with bananas. Boiled green bananas and sardines. Canned sardines and boiled bananas. Do you like sardines or no? I know some people are like, they're nasty. And some people are like, yeah, I like sardines. Hell no. Okay. I love sardines. What of it? I don't know if I'd mix them with bananas. I don't know if that's that never occurred to me. Yeah, my wife knows. I'm not lying to you. I'm not fucking with you. Smoked oysters, they're great too. A lot of people don't like them. I love smoked oysters. They are the shit. But their sardines are prepared a number of ways. Some of them are in tomato sauce, some of them are in hot sauce, some of them are in oil, some of them are in mustard, right? I've done the tomato, I've done the hot sauce, I've done the oil, I've done them all. All right, baby. The mustard, they're just not good. They're not good. Oil is tolerable. The tomato and the hot sauce, they're good, right? The hot sauce is the best. It's just the best. Bam! Fucking bam, dude. I love them. I take them out and I kind of like mash them up a bit and I season them, the way I want. And they're great to put on, crackers or whatever. Yeah. What I like about them is they're not a fishy fish, And if you like fish, you should like them, But I live in the Pacific Northwest, where a lot of people fish for different kinds of salmon that come up the river, and there are some fishy ass fish that come from the ocean. Like pinks, like pink salmon. Those are an extremely oily fish. Yeah, anchovies. One time, I love pizza, especially if it's made by a place that makes like traditional pizza. Domino's and all those other places. That's garbage. My wife loves it for whatever reason. I can't stand their food. I think it's a joke. I think it's an insult to pizza. But there's some good pizza places around here, right? That make killer pizza. And there's one place in particular that we have to drive like 30 minutes to get to, and it makes kick-ass pizza. And I know that sardines have been a thing on pizza since pizza was invented, right? And that basically just goes back to where it was invented and the plentifulness of sardines, right? In that area. So I was like, is it something that's continued because of tradition? Is it actually good? What's the deal? So I actually went to that place that makes kick-ass pizza, and I ordered a pizza with anchovies. And it was a good pizza, of course, but it was a trip, it was a weird, and I just got, the one of the regular pizzas, right, that, I knew I'd like, right, and the smallest size that they offered of, the one with the anchovies. And it was, I just wanted to try it, because I can be adventurous with foods. And it wasn't my favorite, I'll say that. And I probably wouldn't get it again if it wasn't from that place, Right. Sicily. There's kind of some funky stuff around that area, man. like off the one of the coasts of Sicily, there's an island that has the that cheese that has maggots in it, and that's how it's supposed to be. You know, it's not that it's gone bad, you know, or whatever. It's like it's not done until it has maggots. Huh. And I'm such a cheese freak that I want to try that cheese. I really do. But I would have to go there in order to try it because it's illegal off of the island. Anywhere else in the world, it's illegal. Which I think is kind of an appeal for me too, to eat illegal cheese. There's other foods in the world that is served with maggots in it too. In fact, when you get into that country and you talk to the people that make it, they're like, no, it has to have maggots in it because that's how you know that it's good. Because if it isn't good, the maggots won't eat it. It's like an indicator of it being healthy. Okay, righteous man. Yeah, I'm down to try some hot stuff. Last night, Gems, she got paid, I don't know, a bunch of money to eat like some like a spoonful of some kind of hot sauce. I'm not exactly sure which pepper was in it. I think it might have been ghost pepper. One of them, one of the champions, I don't remember. But it messed her up. And she's traveling today. You know, she was talking about, yeah, I'm she told me to hold off on mailing that stuff because she's not going to be back to the 4th. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then she starts saying, yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow. And then she ate that stuff. I was like, dude, you're, yeah, right, yeah. And I was just thinking, she's going to be having a rumbly and her tumbly there, dealing with this traveling bullshit. And, I'm thinking, hopefully she don't shit her damn pants, those habaneros that I ate the other day, that messed me up the next day. Something fierce. Normally right. Normally I will take those things and like I've eaten them straight before, but normally like what I like to do is add them to things. You know what I'm saying? Spread it out a little bit into whatever. And I think they've been dried for so long that they've just kind of been marinating, and they're just really really hot now, and yeah, it was kind of rough. Somebody's come in. Yep, she's gonna shit the bed. She said she might stop in because she's, not working and traveling. So she might, come in and say hi or whatever. We'll see. He just got back. Oh, really? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Here's somebody you should check out, Croc. Here's this dude. His name is Bob, right? I don't think that's his real name, but he goes by Bob of Speaker's Corner. Have you heard of Speaker's Corner? I had a customer. He has a Chrysler 300 and his wife crashed it. It's a complete total loss, but he wants to pay out of pocket to fix it no matter what. Okay, sure. She's going to end up putting out more than the car's worth. But I've done it. I've done that. I did that with the CRV. You have not heard of Bob. He's a really educated guy. Speaker's Corner is a place in England, right? They don't have freedom of speech over there like we do in America. They have what's called protected speech, right? And it doesn't work exactly the same or at all, really, which is why people can get like arrested for thinking, right? But they have a place called Speaker's Corner, right? And from all the videos that I've watched, it looks like it's at a park. And you can go to this place and say whatever you want as long as you're within the confines of Speaker's Corner. Well, he goes there and debates cults, like members of cults, Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, Christian Science, all of them, Muslims, right? And he's very educated, not only in Christianity, but in all of these different religions, right? So he has retorts for all of their scripts that they've been repeating forever, right? And he can logically pummel them, absolutely pummel them. And I've learned a lot about what these religions believe, because um, because of that. And it's a great resource. Now, a lot of people can't really handle the environment, when you're watching it, because sometimes it can kind of turn into like a Springer show type thing, just a lot of yelling and back and forth and type shit. But if you can put up with that, you'll learn a lot. And what's kind of scary, I guess, is since that's a place where freedom of speech is allowed, it becomes infested with Muslims. And they try to bully everyone out of the place so no other voice can be heard. And that's one of the reasons why he goes by Bob, right? And it's to protect him and his family, right? Because if anybody were to like find out his real identity, they could find out his address, and they'll kill him, because he actually is a legitimate resistance, especially with what's going on over there now. And he's been able to actually make many Muslims become Christian because what he is saying is just true, and a lot of the times there's many Muslims, like many Christians, that aren't really even aware of what their book says. And their moral compass doesn't align with their book, And after reading some of the things that their book says, they're like, wow, I can't follow a religion that says this. This is awful, And at first they don't believe it, of course. They can't believe that the religion that they're being told is whatever would say this or say that or promote this or whatever. But he proves it to them. He literally proves it to them. He will pull out the Quran, show it to them, and show them verse after verse after verse after verse after verse, until the person eventually either gets extremely pissed and runs off, or they're like, they have to accept what he's saying, because if at that point they're arguing with their own book, Well, it's kind of a death cult. It's a world domination cult, and to refuse is death. The point is to make everyone Muslim, right? By force. And what's kind of messed up is, according to Islam, is even if you become Muslim, that isn't a guarantee into heaven, because your fate has already been decided. There's this one argument that he gets into with a Muslim, and he at first doesn't believe it until he shows him. But he's like, no, you can't know if you make it into heaven, because your fate is decided before you're even born. Allah makes people for hell, and he makes people for heaven. And he's, no, Allah is the most merciful, that he would never do that. And he's like, okay, well, let's read the words of your prophet. And I'm going to paraphrase here. And Aisha, they're at a baby's funeral, right? And she's like, well, at least this baby died before it could sin. So it must be going to heaven, right, prophet? And he goes, no, we don't know. Because this baby's fate was decided long before it was in his father's balls. It doesn't say that. It loins, right? But it's but that's what it says. And he shows the guy that, and he doesn't know what to do with this, you know. And it's like, yeah, you know, you need to accept this. And then he shows him another verse where it says that you can be the best Muslim on the planet. You can be the best one. You can do all the right things and still go to hell. And then you can have a person that is the worst person on the planet and they go to heaven. You know, and he doesn't know what to do with that either, you know. You know, it's because your fate's decided before you were even created, you know, because Allah creates people specifically for hell and creates people specifically for heaven. Roxy. Yeah, it's very perverse too. Like they've got chapters on how to rape properly. Like, believe it or not, you know. I'm dead serious. Like there's this part where Allah's followers are Muhammad's followers are going and complaining, right? Because they're raping their slaves, which they're allowed to do. They're allowed to rape their slaves, but they're ending up pregnant, right? And that lowers their price if they were to ever sell them, right? And so they have questions. What are we supposed to do about this? And Muhammad tells them, well, in this situation, even though it's forbidden to put your seed on the ground, even though it's forbidden to spread your seed on the ground, in this situation, you're allowed to keep from getting these women pregnant. You know, Allah will permit you to perform what's called coitus interruptus, right? And yeah, it's literally directions on how to rape and not get the women pregnant, and so their price remains top dollar. You know, and it's you tell Muslims this stuff, right? And like I said, many of them don't read their book, right? They hear this and they're like, no way. There's no way. You're you're lying. And then Bob will be like, nope, right here, right here. And you see this is a Quran. I'm not trying to trick you. You know, here it is, Surah, chapter, whatever. And here, you can read it. You know, you can read it in the Arabic on this side. It's English on this side. Read whatever, you know, whatever you want. And they'll read it and immediately they'll start trying to, you know, diss on Christianity and whatever. And Bob will be like, okay, you know, we'll get there. We're dealing with this right now. You know, he's like, I can explain what you're talking about. I know what you've been taught about that, but that isn't what it is. But we're dealing with this because this is what it is. You know, how can you be part of, you know, a group that promotes this and whatever, you know. And, you know, a lot of the times they just fly into a frickin' rage and walk off, you know, because they just, or whatever, you know, they just don't even know what to do with it, you know. But here's the thing. Imagine if there was like a chapter or verse in the Bible that said that, you know, it would like never leave the news. You know what I'm saying? It you know, we'd hear about it. It would, you know, like it. You know, the news, right? You know, but it would never be dropped. It would never. You know, I get on lives and stuff, and I talk to people that are Muslim and stuff, because there's Muslim lives. I'll bring this stuff up to them. They either know and pretend they don't believe me or pretend I'm a liar, or they have no idea. And, you know, a lot of times I just get kicked out, you know. But it's messed up, man. Roxy, what are you doing, pretty girl? You laying in the sun? I bet you are. Yeah, you look hot. Yeah, look and feel you. You're burning up. Why don't you lay down in your bed? Huh? Go lay down. Go lay down. Okay? Rock dog, you go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down in your bed. Get in your bed. Go get in your bed, okay? Get in your bed. Go lay down. Go get in your bed. Oh, you want to lay down right there where it's cool. Yep. I need to find power for this thing. There's power up here somewhere on the wall. I really wish that there was a way to get to it. I'd have to cut a hole in the door and just run it through. Let's see where that shed is. Ooh, man. I just got really lightheaded. I need to drink some water. dog, let's go. I'll close up this door real fast. Oh shit, man. I feel like I'm getting a bunch of messages here. Come on, look, dog. I'm coming. Okay. How about you? Yes. Yes. Okay. Be right back. What? Yeah, I had to get a drink. Yeah. Take a look. Okay. That little Crispito thing that I didn't finish yesterday. You look like a rock dog. How's work going, babe? You need to hurry up and get your ass home. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Come on, let's go. Boing. Go. Okay, back out of this piece. Yes. Sure. So, move some stuff. So I can see some stuff. That sounds like it's full of shit. I think I'm gonna take this apart and look inside. Sounds like something got in there. And I mean, it does have big portholes. Probably some kind of nest that's been in there since I bought the damn things. But I'll do that in a second. Ooh, that was almost tragic. There you are. Okay. I gotta get to this thing right here. You see it? Yes. So, since this is a cord, and motherfucker needs to come up and go sideways, I can come up right in this seam so it can go sideways. Yeah, we got plenty. Plenty. Yes. Yes. Okay. Where are you? Wonder if I can do this without a hole saw. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, boys and girls. We'll see. here. Rock down. Okay. Magicals. Oh, we're on. We don't want to just hit the ground running. Where are you on? Where do you turn on? Oh, right there. Come on, bitch. Maybe if I pull my pants up. There we go. Super easy now. There we go. Look at that. Now. Good God. Okay. That's a scary machine, huh? Sounds angry. Are you gonna oil this damn thing? Just oil this. Let's see. I got a bigger brush somewhere, but okay. Oh, man. Something like that ish. Okay. Bring you right here. Put you right there. Put right here. Call you a bitch. stupid. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's get a screwdriver. Okay. Okay. What's up? Hi. Probably some of you are like, hey, you're using Hercules. That's like a really cheap brand. Like, yeah, it is. And my wife worked there. So I got it for $8. Eat shit. more. Three screws. Come on, guys. That thing's got all. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, that thing's not even connected. Gee whiz. This has been connected with this. So somebody's been in here. Speaker's not blown. That's good. Okay. Let's see. Are they the same? They're not. Okay, that needs to be like resoldered to get connected. I'll just get my solder gun. Always something, you know? You open something up because you think you just gotta vacuum out some mouse turds. And then you realize you can go over here, warm up. Sure. Don't get fat and then like lose weight. Then your clothes will fit twice. Okay, so Apparently this was James's monitor. I don't know who James was, but big going James. Of course, it needs to be stripped. Shear. Rock dog. Can't find my strippers, so I'm just gonna use this. And this should be fine. I think it's funny, it's like I won't be in the room and like the numbers will go up kinda, not crazy, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10 people. And then I'll come in here and they're like, they split. Oh, I got a person, like really, is there that many people in the world that want to look at an empty room? I don't know. Maybe they're like the same type of people that like want to watch somebody sleep. Kind of a trip. All right, let's tan this bit. Oh, look at that. Here's my strippers. Right with my soldering stuff. Who would have thought? Okay, so I'm gonna give this thing, before I do that, a little twist, just for good measure. And we're gonna dip it in some old school flux. Man, this stuff is probably older than I am. But it works good, and it's probably, full of all the right dinosaurs and whatever. Should I get my helping hands? Sure. So I'm guessing Viola V is she crashed out or something. Maybe she's just still painting. I don't know. She gone. Okay, let's tin the tip of this down. That was terrible. There we go. Now we can just see what the hell I'm doing. Yes. These are handy. So what's going on? Is there a hole that I can go through? Doesn't look like it. Ugh. Flatten it out a little bit. How about you? Sure. All right. What's your name? My name's Rob. Something like that ish. Good stuff. Sure. Well, that's that for that. I might as well just keep this out. Because I'll go through the next one too and just see what is happening. Let's see what we see. see what we see. And hopefully it's a thing of beauty. Who knows? Might just be a bunch of horseshit. I'm hoping that whoever got into this thing hooked this stuff up right, and this horn and this speaker are not out of phase. That would that'd be kind of dumb. This damn thing, because whatever is inside this speaker box is bothering the shit out of my nose. Twisty, twisty. Twisty, twisty. Someone's definitely been inside of this thing. It's definitely been used though, because it was used by a dude named James. In fact, his name is on it. Okay. Together. We're not gonna fuck with these nuts. That's just stupid. Okay. Will this reach? If I do this. Yes, it will. So we're gonna get rid of this because it's stupid. Not only is it stupid, it's a little gay. So we're going to take you and snap you off. You're a jackass. Jackass. I mean, I like the attempt, but alright, they're gonna blow it down. This is just stupid. Ugh. Okay. Now let's do this. Let's get you back up here. Oops. And put you back in there. Magic. And we're going to take this like that. And I kind of want to clean that off, but I'm not gonna. Where's this coming from? Where are you coming from? You come from all the way around there. Who the hell wrapped this up like a jackhole? And look at all that extra. Put you in here. There we go, and there we go. Okay. What I'm going to do is take this, stick it under here, because I don't want it to fall through and hit the cone of the damn speaker. That would just be retarded. Why are you not sticking? Like, what does it do? There we go. Jeez. I can't believe that was that tough. It was like it was repelling. Look at all that wasted shit. But I'm glad I put that down there because it was like, all that would have fell onto the cone. Okay. Sure. You still here, Croc? Or you passed out or what? I know I'm not that entertaining right now. Inside of it. So just that guy. Oh shit. That's why there was a gap. Got this dude. We're getting steps. Slide under there. Come on, bitch. Oh yeah, this has definitely been into before because there's multiple marks on the screen and they weren't smart enough to put it back the way it was. Jackal. Come on, guys. It's really, really simple stuff. You just look. You like it? Okay. I'm not a jackhole. Okay. And you back up here. Like this. Now we gotta take you down too to get you out, huh? Because we're all puzzle piecing. Oh no. That's right. Went in like that. Went in like that. You stay there. You be a bitch. baby. Something like that. Sure. Okay. Love you. Rock down. Stay. Go ahead and stay. Or you can follow me. Whatever. shit. Oh, what's up? Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Close up that room. Bam, bam, bam. Look out, Rock Dog. I'm coming through. Or you can just lay there and whatever. Sure. Okay. You burning up? Lay down. Lay down in the shade, dudette.